Well, we are breaking into programming for you on this Saturday morning. We understand that there is a decision in the sentencing of Chad Daybell, Andrea Dearden, Joe Paris here with you. I understand our Abby Davis is inside the Ada County Courthouse as we are standing by to take a live feed from inside that courtroom. Andrea, a quick recap of what happened just a few days ago.
So we got those guilty verdicts, all guilty on all 9 charges against Chad Daybell. That happened on Thursday, and then just after an hour of recess, they went immediately into that sentencing phase. It was up to the jury to determine if on those first-degree murder charges, for which they found him guilty, did the state meet the burden of proof? So it's very explicit in Idaho code what has to be proven by the state in order for the death penalty to be considered a just punishment. And so that's what the jury's been doing since that time. So first, before they went into deliberations, they had an opportunity to hear from family members of the victims. They heard from multiple people yesterday about it's called a victim impact statement. So it is about, it is exactly what it says, right? It's the impact that these crimes have had on these family members.
And I think there was 9 different victim impact statements. And as we talked about the other day during the verdict, these are very specific statements, and there are very, I guess, specific guidelines that you have to stick under. This isn't a situation where you would have people just on the stand talking for an hour at a time about how they feel. Very specific in terms of those aggravating factors.
Absolutely, and very specific about what they can and cannot say. In fact, it's very very clear that you cannot get up there and bash the defendant. You can't talk about the defendant or even the crimes. It has to be very, very specific. And so that's what we saw, right? They were short statements. You could tell they were pre-prepared so that they knew what was going to be there, so that they didn't have any opportunity to essentially stray from the process, which would then cause problem in terms of the integrity of what should happen during that case. So prosecutors, those were the statements of victim impact statements. They're trying to prove those aggravating factors, and just one of those has to be true in order for the jury to find them just. Equally interesting, though, was that the defense team, Chad Daybell himself, the defendant, and his attorney, John Pryor, did not take the opportunity to offer mitigating testimony. So the defendant has the right to 2 things. One is they have the right to have people on the stand saying why they don't believe, what are those mitigating factors, reasons that the death penalty would be unjust in this situation. And here in Idaho, we've seen those statements make a difference. Back in 2005, we had a couple of those cases where the jury just couldn't get past those mitigating factors. However, they didn't offer any of those. Chad Daybell also has the right to allocution, which means that direct back and forth with the judge. He can speak on his own behalf. He also chose not to do that.
It was interesting, too, because we heard John Pryor, the defense for Daybell, kind of talk about through the trial about how he thought that Chad was a man who had been married for 30 years. All of a sudden, he has this real quick change in his life when he met Lori Vallow. So we saw that type of pattern being pushed out by the defense. A little bit of a lay of the land here. We are standing by for a live stream from inside the Ada County Courthouse. Just a little bit of how we got here on Thursday afternoon. We found the verdicts, all 9 verdicts in this case. The jury came back guilty on. From that point, though, they went right into the sentencing phase where we're at right now. Throughout a quick afternoon, they kind of set the stage for the jury that remains the same as it was during the verdict phase, by the way. This jury then met basically throughout the day yesterday. They went home, I think, shortly before 8 o'clock last night. You can imagine they wanted to sleep on whatever decision they had. And then this morning, they came back about 9 a.m.
Yeah. And they were in there, I think, maybe actually about 8:30. So, about 6.5 hours that they used that deliberation time yesterday, then came back in this morning. And so about 2 hours later, we were told that they had come to a decision. And to be, it gets kind of technical when we start talking about law, which is the way it's supposed to be, right? Very, very clear, laid out in black and white. But there are ultimately 3 options that the jury could come back with. One, yes, the state met the burden of proof in terms of those aggravating factors, and there was nothing to mitigate those. Therefore, the death penalty should be imposed against him. The second one would be that, yes, they met the burden of proof in those aggravated circumstances. However, the mitigating factors, the other things that they were to consider, balanced those out or outweighed the aggravating circumstances. In that case, he would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And then the third option would be that they simply didn't feel like the state met their burden of proof And in that case, it would still be a life sentence, but it would be up to the judge to decide the length of that in terms of it's not guaranteed to be without the possibility of parole.
And Chad Daybell facing those 9 charges we've talked about, 3 first-degree murder charges, 3 conspiracy to commit murder charges, and then 3 insurance fraud charges. And in that situation, Andrea, when you're talking with a perspective from the defense and the prosecution, when picking a jury, how far out were they thinking in terms of knowing this was a death penalty phase, something that I had seen floated online? What if there's one jury that just had a moral obligation to say, no, we can't put someone to death?
Yeah, we do have former Ada County Prosecutor Jean Fisher with us. She's going to be joining us in just a little bit, and she's certainly one that could speak to this. But that is a very specific issue that comes up. Obviously, super important for them to understand and for the jury to say, without a doubt, yes, I could and would be willing to, by the letter of the law, impose this sentence if the criteria, as it's laid out in Idaho Code, is met.
And maybe we can take a live shot full screen right here just to show what the scene looks like outside of the Ada County Courthouse. Again, we want to give you just a real indication on what's going on out there right now. Similar to what you might have seen during the verdict on Thursday, there is going to be a group of media that will be outside the Ada County Courthouse, and there's also going to be a set of microphones and really a stand there where we're expecting possibly to have members of the family, members of people impacted, come on out and kind of talk about what this process has been like. And we are actually, I understand, now up on the record back inside the Ada County courtroom. Let's get back in there.
All right. Good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. This is the special sentencing proceeding that has been conducted last couple of days. The jury's been deliberating. The court is advised that the jury has reached a verdict on the special sentencing proceeding and the special verdict form. I'll note the state's present with the 4 prosecutors who have tried the case, Mr. Pryor and his client, Mr. Daybell, present as well. I'll also note there's a courtroom conduct order in effect. I'd appreciate everyone complying with that, as you all have throughout this trial. I will note on the record before we get to the verdict that we did have a jury question yesterday that the court answered, and I've provided the question and copies of the answer to counsel. In addition, a second question came in today. I did go on the record with that question and answer with counsel and the defendant present, returned that response to the jurors. They've now reached a verdict in the case, so the court is going to have the jurors brought in and have the verdict delivered for reading.
All right, please. Jury's all present. Count for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court understands you've reached a verdict on the special verdict form. Is that correct? All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please return the special verdict form to the court, I'll review that. Ladies and gentlemen, the verdict form is somewhat long and complicated. The court is going to take a moment to review the form. All right, the court's reviewed the special verdict form. I do find it's been properly filled out by the jury foreperson as well as correctly signed and dated. At this time, I am going to request, Madam Clerk, Ms. Holstein, if you would please read the special verdict form. If you'd like to remain seated or standing, it's a long form and will take some time to read, but however is most comfortable for you, Madam Clerk, you may go ahead and read the special verdict form into the record.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho Plaintiff versus Chad Guy Daybell Defendant, case number CR 22211623, Special Verdict. Part 1. We, the jury, render the following verdict on the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. 1. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 2. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 3. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tamra, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration? Yes. 4. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 5. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 6. Has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity? Yes. 7, has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? By the murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Yes. 8, has the jury unanimously found that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following aggravating circumstance? The defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Yes. If you answered no to each of the above questions, you do not need to answer any other questions. Simply have the presiding juror sign this verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. If you answered yes to any of the above questions, then please answer the questions in part 2. Part 2. We, the jury, render the following verdict on the weighing of all mitigating circumstances against the statutory aggravating circumstances. You are to only answer the following questions for those statutory aggravating circumstances for which you answered yes in part 1. 1, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 2, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 3, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 4, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 5, with respect to
Did we lose the mic?
It's back. 5, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances.
Do we need a new mic? Okay, we're going to get a separate mic. Thank you.
I'll read 5 over.
Yes, start with 5 again. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
5. Okay. With respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 6, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, we unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 7, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that by the murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. We unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. 8, with respect to the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. We unanimously find that when weighed against this aggravating circumstance, all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make imposition of the death penalty unjust. Once you have completed part 2, please have the presiding juror sign this verdict form and notify the bailiff you are done. Dated this first day of June 2024 and signed by the presiding juror.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading through the verdict form. Ladies and gentlemen, the court will note that given the complexity of this special verdict form, just I think in fairness to all those in attendance, including in particular victims and the parties, the layman's explanation of this verdict is that the jury has made a finding that it would be appropriate to impose the death penalty as it relates to counts 1 through 6 in the amended indictment. And so pursuant to Idaho Code 192515, the court is directed that the defendant would be sentenced to death on those counts. The court will take up a concluding sentencing proceeding. I also have additional counts of insurance fraud. I've discussed with counsel moving forward in a consolidated hearing. The court's proposing that we do that this morning, waiving the right to a pre-sentence investigation report under Criminal Rule 32A. Before I get there, just let me ask at this time of the jurors, is this your true and correct verdict that's been rendered in this case? Very well. Does the state wish to have the jury pulled on the special verdict form?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the defense wish to have the jury pulled on this special verdict form?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. As I mentioned, then that's the result of the verdict form. The court would then proceed with additional sentencing on those 2 counts, as well as the counts 1 through 6 determined now by the jury. Mr. Pryor, is the defense willing to move forward with a consolidated hearing on those counts this morning without a pre-sentence investigation report?
As previously indicated, Judge, yes, we are.
Okay. Is the state going to be ready to proceed with a sentencing on those issues as well?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel, I do want to take a brief recess just to briefly prepare for that, given the verdict, and I will come back on the bench. It really won't take long. I would suggest that a 30-minute recess will come back on the record. The court will conclude with that sentencing hearing. So if everybody could be back here by 10 after, we'll have the jury return one last time to the jury room to wait for that final sentencing hearing. We'll conduct that in the presence of the jurors also, and then I'll have concluding instructions for the jurors. So we will be in recess for 30 minutes. We'll come back for that final stage of the proceeding. Thank you.
All right.
Well, we are following serious breaking news this morning. If you're just joining us, a jury here at the Ada County Courthouse has decided that the death penalty is appropriate in the trial of Chad Daybell. Joining us here is former Ada County Prosecutor Gene Fisher. As you were watching that, I know that some of the verbiage can be kind of confusing, but the judge did a great job explaining it. In terms of what happens next, we mentioned the 30-minute break. What does happen next?
The court is going to take a few moments to look over those other 3 charges, to coordinate his language, and come back out, and he's going to sentence the defendant on those 3 remaining charges on the insurance fraud.
Okay, so and Andrea, I saw that you have Idaho law up here, and I'm sure you have plenty of comments. When the jury form comes back, I guess what sticks out? What should the viewers understand about all the conditions that were met and all of the, I guess, the factors here?
Well, we did talk about it, right before that verdict. I think it played out just like that. You heard, are the aggravating circumstances, was the burden of proof met? Yes. Were there any mitigating circumstances to outweigh that? No. Did they outweigh the mitigating circumstances? Yes. So that's why we heard all of those yes, yes, yes. The one question I think some people may have is, what does it mean when they talk about that remuneration? Kind of a difficult word to say, but what does that mean? And ultimately, it is about financial gain, right? And we heard that theft come up when they read those conspiracy charges. That's that theft by deception. So I think that's likely what that's connected to, saying the murder happened in order for them to receive a benefit or financial gain as a result of that. And so that's what the jury said is yes, that is yet another option for the aggravating circumstances. Right. They found multiple. They did. So they only have to have one. But tell us, talk through why is it important, or why does that help the state to have multiple ideas or multiple of those factors saying yes to multiple? They only need one.
Well, it really just goes to the strength of the jury's decision in this case, especially when it comes to the death penalty. You do only have to have one, but this case will automatically go on appeal.
Right.
And so the court, the appeals court, will have an opportunity to look, did they have sufficient evidence when it comes to that issue of remuneration, or did they have enough evidence as to these other issues? So having all of these aggravating factors, if the court had concluded or did conclude that there wasn't quite enough evidence or something was wrong with it, you can go on to the next one. Was it particularly heinous and cruel? Was it particularly with disregard to human life? And so it just shows the strength of the jury's decision in this case, that they felt very confident about what they were doing.
And as long as one of those still stands, even if they were to challenge one element, if there are multiple others that still stand, now that appeal is not going to be nearly as meaningful.
And it doesn't take away the murder portion of it, the underlying crime itself, ever. But it may go to the death penalty factor itself.
And in terms of appeals, to be very clear, I mean, this is not a said and done situation. I would imagine the appeals process would start soon and then go on for possibly decades.
That is the hardest. That really is the hardest part with death penalty cases for everyone to understand. We want finality. These victims have gone through so much, and it's taken so long to get here. And they do have the finality of the trial is over, the sentence has been done. But as far as the carrying out of the sentence of the death penalty itself, it will be years.
Likely decades, right?
And the family will get noticed, if every single time there's a hearing and something that comes up, unless they opt out of that. But they will continue to get notices and hearings and those sorts of things in order to, as this case goes forward.
Probably a little bit of anxiety every time we're worried, what's this going to be, right? What is that challenge? And when you said an appeal, that's an automatic thing. So it's not because of something we saw or that you saw in this trial. Every one of these cases, the death penalty cases, when that's on the table, it's an automatic appeal in a capital case.
Right. The death penalty case, if a jury comes back with a death penalty, there's an automatic appeal that the attorneys are able to review for ineffective assistance of counsel or issues along those lines as it relates to the underlying case.
Now, this is just you, Gene Fisher, and your history, which you also have had so much experience. But do you think that we've seen, do you believe defense attorneys use a strategy? Is there a strategy, an appeal strategy, if you will, that's my words, where is that why we didn't see any allocution or any mitigating factors? Is it possible that some of that plays into wanting to create a case or maybe help a case for an appeal? What do you think?
Well, definitely, I think that defense attorneys come into their cases having a strategy about how they're going to present the case, and then have a strategy about, sentencing and going forward. I've never talked to John Fryer about this case. I don't know what he was thinking. I was surprised that there was no mitigating factors in this case whatsoever. I thought that there's definitely opportunity to talk about that, given the history of the case, the history of who the defendant was through his early adult life versus when this religious thing took over or whatever that is. I think there's something to talk about there. But would that have changed anything? I mean, there is just no way to know or understand that.
Can't get inside their head or the jury's head or the defense attorney's head. I think I'd said during the verdict that I expected to see the same strategy, that no criminal history.
Right.
You know, I expected to hear from the kids, maybe even that, something about that, some kind of emotional plea from them. So I was equally shocked.
Court is in recess right now. They are expected to get back in about 20 minutes for the final sentencing phase. We're going to stick here with you, but I do want to get to our Abby Davis, who is live for us on this Saturday morning outside the Ada County Courthouse. Abby, I know you just ran just out of the courtroom to come speak with us. What was the reaction like in the courtroom? We do understand there is that decorum order in place.
Right, as I was running outside, I just briefly caught up with Larry Woodcock, JJ's grandpa. I asked him how he's feeling. He said, wonderful. That's the exact word he used. I talked with several family members over the last couple of weeks that I've been covering this trial, and I've asked them, how do you feel about the death penalty? Do you have an opinion either way, what Chad should get? And for the most part, everyone said that they didn't really care that much. They really cared about that guilty verdict that came in earlier this week. As far as the death penalty goes, they say, well, that was just really out of their hands. So again, just a lot of relief from the family members. Larry, Kay Woodcock, JJ's grandparents were there. I also saw Colby Ryan, JJ and Tylee's brother. Also saw several members of law enforcement, Rexburg police detectives who have been there since the beginning, since 2019 when this all started, as well as Tammy's family members. I didn't see her dad. He was here yesterday, but I did see Tammy's sister, her brother-in-law, as well as a couple other family members, a cousin. So the courtroom was fairly packed, not quite as packed as it was for when the clerk was reading the guilty verdict, but there were a lot of people here, which surprised me considering yesterday the family members, as I was talking to them after deliberations paused for the day or ended for the day, they said that a lot of Tammy's family members were actually going to get flown out today. It looks like that they decided to stick around and hear what the jury's decision was for themselves in person. But wanted to touch a little bit about what the moment was like in the courtroom. Very, very heavy. The last time, according to IDOC's website, somebody has been sentenced to death in Idaho was in 2017, so obviously a very, very weighty decision that these jurors had to make here, on top of finding Chad guilty. The family was all sitting in the middle. I was on the right side, and I wanted to sit on the right side so I could watch Chad the whole time and try to see his face. It was a little bit difficult. I was trying to watch Chad. I was trying to watch the jurors, watch the family members, watch law enforcement, see how everybody was reacting. Larry, as the clerk was reading through the form, he was kind of giving some like celebratory fist bumps, which is what he did last time. And there is that decorum order in place. So we weren't allowed to show any emotion, weren't allowed to, verbalize what we were thinking at all. But people were kind of doing some nonverbal gestures, especially Larry. And Kay Woodcock, I saw, was crying as everything was happening. So were people in the gallery. Just a very heavy moment. Chad, I didn't see any emotion from him at all as far as what I could tell when I was looking at him. He was pretty much just looking straight forward, sometimes looking at the clerk. As far as the jurors go, I also didn't see any emotion from them. Their faces were very neutral, and a lot of them, they weren't looking at Chad. They were kind of looking at everywhere else as far as I could tell. So pretty much everybody did abide by that courtroom conduct. But again, wanted to reiterate Larry saying he felt wonderful by the decision. And for a lot of these family members, I mean, we know it's not over, obviously. There's still that sentencing and we're just in recess. But for a lot of these family members, they do think it's pretty over in terms of what they're feeling. This was what really mattered to them, especially that guilty verdict and knowing what was going to happen. And tossing it back to you guys in the studio, people are just glad that he's behind bars and that he doesn't have his freedom, and they didn't really mind which way.
That's actually what I was going to follow up with.
Which way it went, essentially.
Yeah, Abby, I was going to follow up with you on that, because you've heard that from a couple of people, right? I mean, some even saying they would almost prefer a life sentence because it is a little more final, I guess, if you will, because they don't have to go through all of that appeal process. And there was also even concern about access to TVs and to some of that. Now, that's going to happen regardless of where he is in prison, but that you did hear some of that, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Several people actually told me that they thought the jury giving him death would let Chad off easy. And that's what they said to me exactly, which is an interesting sentiment. So some people definitely did prefer that he get life in prison. Obviously, we know Lori Vallow got multiple life sentences. Again, family members, some of them did lean a little bit toward death as I was talking to them. But when I asked them again if they really did care, it just came down to, hey, we're just glad that he was found guilty. We're just glad that he's behind bars for the rest of his life.
It makes sense, and certainly we can't, just like we said, we can't speak for the jurors, we can't speak for the defense attorney. Difficult to speak for those victims, but trying to put yourself in those shoes, I can see how some people might say, I like knowing that they said this was especially heinous, right? There's probably some sort of validation in that, but equally true, you've had cases where perhaps even the victims' families didn't want to have to go through that process.
Right, and it's important for the prosecutor's office to listen carefully to the victims and to the families about going forward. Certainly, there is an overriding issue regarding safety and justice that prosecutors have to make the ultimate call.
Sure.
But when you have a murder case and you have the ability for life in prison. With or without the death penalty, sure. And it can resolve that way, and it's really what the family wants.
Right.
I think it's an appropriate resolution,
sure.
To do that, because this will go on for a long time.
Right.
I think the comments that the death penalty, it lets somebody off easy. If the death penalty resulted quickly,
right.
Somebody might understand that a little bit more. It just doesn't here in Idaho, and so his time on death row will be a very different sentence and punishment than if he were just in general population.
And how so, I guess, specifically?
Well, death row, they're isolated. It's one to a cell. They don't get the same ability to go outside. They don't have any interaction with any other inmates. I mean, it is a very isolated individual in a cell by yourself.
1 hour a day, I think.
1 hour a day, 23
are out of their
hours.
cell by themselves.
That's right.
Right?
And so it is a very, very different period of incarceration for the rest of his life while you wait this out. So he will be removed from society completely, including other inmates.
And solitary confinement, when you hear that phrase, which you do hear, you don't
Right.
on TV and such, that's essentially exactly what it is.
That's exactly right.
And we do have people who have been living under those conditions for decades,
Yeah.
right? Still sitting on Idaho's death row.
I mean, they do have, they do have
Sure.
a TV. They do actually have a computer. Some people, have access to computer and have access to some conversation
Right.
with people outside, but there is there's no face-to-face interaction, You're not even with the other inmates, to create whatever social relationship that looks like for any of them.
And under most cases, I mean, if this were an appeal, and the appeal could potentially, we've seen death sentences overturned, but that didn't mean, short of exoneration, meaning that new evidence came in or somehow the
Right.
evidence proved that this in fact was a false charge, he would still then revert to a life sentence. So we're not
Yes.
talking about, this isn't if we don't get that, if an appeal comes through, now he's out and free.
Unless, there was something so
Right.
egregious with the trial itself that the court made such an egregious error either in an instruction or allowing some piece of evidence that the defense had so objected to that they said it would be impossible to have a fair trial otherwise. So, those things need to be litigated. It doesn't present itself obviously to me in anything
Sure,
that we've
yeah.
seen so far.
Right, agreed. Yeah.
But that's a possibility.
So now he did have the right, again, one of those rights that the defendant has. They have a right to a pre-sentence investigation because the judge mentioned that
Right.
That he could have had a time where they would have had to recess now, right, end the proceeding now, take those pre-sentence investigations can take time, right, could take weeks, months, and then come back to sentence because we have 9 charges, right? Those that you heard them rule on 6 of those were eligible for the death penalty. Those insurance fraud cases, which certainly added to the remuneration, those are not death penalty eligible, if you will.
Right.
So the judge will now issue the sentence on those. I wouldn't have been surprised. I actually thought there would be a break. I talked, when we were listening, I thought they might take that period of time and then come back and issue those sentences. But you heard them say the defendant, Daybell and his attorney, waived that right, which means he doesn't take in any other information other than what he already knows
That's
in
right.
making that sentence.
Yeah, the pre-sentence report would have gone into his background, would have provided all the police reports, his history, some of those issues. But really, it would only have related to those lesser charges on the insurance fraud, nothing to do with the death penalty itself. On the other hand, mitigation wasn't there, and if a pre-sentence investigation, if there had been an opportunity to bring any of that up, but that's been waived, and there's certainly finality finally for the family.
And I think that's what's important to note is this is definitive.
Yes.
While the judge does the official sentencing, if you will, that it is a judge's job to sentence, he takes the jury's ruling in terms of they said yes, just like he takes their guilty verdict. He will make that happen.
Right.
It is a definitive
Right.
thing happening today.
The only other thing that may, for viewers on these other charges that are coming, when the judge does sentence on these insurance fraud issues, essentially, there's 3 charges, and the judge will have an opportunity to he'll either say that they were going to be run consecutive to the sentence, or they're going to be concurrent. Bundling all together, since he already has a death penalty, we're just going to put them all together, and it's not consecutive on top of, in addition to.
Yeah.
It's really doesn't much matter if you get a fixed life sentence or a death penalty, but those will be the words that we'll be listening for.
So it kind of feels like just formality at this point, right? We've got the decision that everybody's been waiting for, and now we just have to do this as a formality.
I want to get back out to our Abby Davis, who is outside live at the Ada County Courthouse. We're about, a little less than 15 minutes from court getting back on the record. Abby, I'm sure our viewers are curious. Why did the folks stay inside the courtroom, and then who are we expecting to hear from later on?
Yeah, well, we just have a brief recess, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for people to leave the courthouse right now. But we wanted to give you guys just a brief look at what it looks like outside the courthouse. This case obviously has really captivated the nation. So many people are interested. There have been national media outlets here, a lot of local media, stations from Utah, stations from all over Idaho. Again, national outlets as well. So everybody is set up. They're waiting for people to exit, particularly family members, people close to the case. I don't think that will happen until court is done for the day. So we could possibly hear from the prosecutors. We could also possibly hear from Kay and Larry Woodcock again. They talked to us once court wrapped up after the guilty verdict. We could maybe hear from law enforcement, although we do know that they have been subpoenaed. So again, kind of verdicts out on who we'll hear from today. We're waiting for them. I don't think it'll be right now, but hopefully later once court wraps up. And I did want to touch on, again, there are just so many people invested in this case. Dozens of people were here. Again, I said earlier when I was talking, the courtroom was packed. People got here, they were lined up at around 7:45. I got here around 10, so a little bit later, but that's what people were telling me. Some of the other reporters in town for other outlets, they were here at 7:45, so people wanted to be in line. They wanted to be first into the courtroom to get a good seat, and a lot of these people have been here for the entire 8 weeks. Even though they aren't related to family, even though they aren't close to the case, they are just very, very invested, and I've talked with several of them over the last couple of weeks that I've been here, and they've really formed a bond with all of the other people covering this case, all of the other people sitting in court all day, watching what's going on, hearing and seeing a lot of the very graphic evidence. They've befriended a lot of the family members, and that's something that Larry has said that he's very grateful for, is just all of the support backing their family. So again, expecting to hear from some people at some point today. Not quite sure when that will happen, considering that we're just in a very brief recess.
All right, thank you very much, Abby. We'll let you actually get back inside the courtroom. I know that the judge had said about 10 after is when they'll get back on the record. And then, of course, after they finish up the final sentencing stuff, we will expect to hear from some of the family members. Again, as we heard from Abby, she reported she talked to Larry Woodcock very briefly right after she came to speak with us on live TV, and Larry was relieved, thrilled, if so. So I guess when we get to this point in the conversation, I guess some of the questions you have are hypotheticals, and one that I did see online last night was, what if there was a situation where the United States Supreme Court ever ruled that in the United States of America we're not going to do death penalties anymore? In a situation like this, how would it impact? Is it just a default to a life imprisonment?
That's an interesting question. I don't think it would actually impact this case, because whatever decision that they made would be from that case going forward. They wouldn't be able to reach behind them and say, everybody who was convicted that way, that there's going to be a different sentence. So it would normally be from here going forward.
Just look back at 2002, right? When Idaho changed that rule, we had several people on death row come forward and say, wait a minute, you changed the law. I didn't get a jury to decide my sentence. Now I want that. And they ruled, the Supreme Court ruled, that's not how this works. They were sentenced under a different code, under a different ruling. And so, so it's very similar in that way.
Right. Yep.
Great insight. I think in about less than 10 minutes is when we're going to get to that final sentencing. If you are just joining us, though, and you had missed it, we do have the judge's explanation of the complicated verdict form. I want to play that for you right now. We'll take a look after the extended special verdict sheets were filled out. The judge basically explained what all the legalese meant.
The layman's explanation of this verdict is that the jury has made a finding that it would be appropriate to impose the death penalty as it relates to counts 1 through 6 in the amended indictment. And so pursuant to Idaho Code 192515, the court is directed that the defendant would be sentenced to death on those counts.
We were just talking here, thinking this has been 4 years just in the criminal process, right? Children missing in 2019. Of course, that's when Tammy died, October of 2019 when she was killed. But this is a case like this, absolutely complex. And we've talked before about so many different moving parts. Also a case built completely on circumstantial evidence. In terms of we will probably never know exactly what happened in terms of who was there, when they were there, how everything played out definitively. Lots of different pieces of evidence certainly gave us some clues into that, but we don't have an absolute definitive answer because we weren't there. And so we've talked about that early on in the Lori Vallow case, and again in this case. But talk about the weight on the prosecutors. Is this life-consuming, a case like this?
Yeah, I think that it is pretty consuming. There's just so much on the line, and of course, the real toll of what's happened that stays with you, that you feel all the time, is very consuming, and wanting to make sure that you present the case in the best way possible. This case with Chad is a little different, obviously, than Lori's, because the children were found on his property. Right. There was some more evidence as it relates to the connection between him, the children, some of that's very different from her.
Right.
But so some circumstantial as to how it happened and who was exactly there, not circumstantial as we know what happened to these children. We know what they went through, what they suffered, and what their deaths must have been like.
Right. Yeah. Certainly. A lot of that forensic evidence, absolutely, that we heard. And he was at the house, and doesn't say that he wasn't when Tammy. Right. What he says, Tammy died. Of course, jury now determined that she was killed in their home. So that's certainly different. We know Tammy was not there. Right. What do you think about people's reactions, or how do we make sense of she didn't get the death penalty because prosecutors did not request it, or didn't put this forward, her case forward as a death penalty case, and yet he does for the same crimes? Does that matter?
It's a little bit different. Her case, the death penalty was taken away by the court because of a number of issues. Some of them were some discovery issues. It was a very surprising, I think, ruling by the court to take something so significant away, even on a discovery issue like the death penalty. But there were other issues as well. She did have mental health issues. She had been that had been found as part of her situation, and she was in the hospital for a significant period of time before.
Even delaying, I think, some of the hearings and such because of that.
Right. So some of that was involved, but the death penalty was specifically removed because of some late discovery issues and a decision by the court that we are going to move forward and this is going to result in taking the death penalty
So
off
more
the table.
procedural in that way than because of the elements of the case.
Correct. Yep.
Which probably is also frustrating. Again, all those moving parts. And we saw that even in this indictment. I know it came up, remember, that was a little small scare because the dates. There was a typographical error. And so the dates of JJ's death happened to be wrong on the indictment. And so the judge simply addressed that during jury instructions and said, yes, the numbers are wrong. We know, and it has been presented time and time again. We know exactly the dates, and he corrected that. But things like that certainly cause tension and cause anxiety.
Oh, absolutely. And nobody likes to see this kind of mistakes made. I mean, you can look at something 1,000 times and just not see it, and something like that. And then when somebody points it out and you're like, oh, I mean, how did this happen?
Yeah, 4 years of work, yeah.
Exactly. And it's, so nobody likes to see that happen. It feels really bad. But they were able to correct that in that instance.
Because we did hear from the family, specifically Larry Woodcock, about the anxiety of, specifically for JJ, he wanted to make sure, and those were the dates in question, by the way, was involving his death. He just wanted justice, and he was worried that a clerical error might have compromised that.
Well, and it can. I mean, an error by the prosecution is going to be looked at much more significantly than an error by the defenses. The prosecution has a much different burden. We have rules of ethical responsibility, and an error by a prosecutor that can be considered, a serious error can wipe out a verdict, can cause a dismissal, can lose the death penalty.
I was just going to say, especially since they just went through that a year ago,
Right.
where they know that those procedural things can impact certain elements that are incredibly important.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We're about 5 minutes away, less than 5 minutes, I should say, from getting back on the record at the Ada County Courthouse. We will stay with you and bring you that live stream in just a moment. But as we are kind of filling some time here, I have a question about the impact that this has on the jury. For the last, several weeks, they've been through this, and then more intensely, I guess, over the last week, they've been sequestered. They haven't had access to, communication devices, the computer, for obvious reasons. Were you surprised when they went home last night to kind of sleep on it?
I don't. I mean, for their sake, I'm glad that they were able to. This is so weighty, and I don't know if people really appreciate what it is to be a juror on a case like this, or on any criminal case where you are charged with, determining the facts and applying the law to the facts as the court gives them to you, and the defense and the prosecutor in this case, obviously both. I mean, they carefully looked at the jury and they picked the jury, and they have to ask those questions. Will you be able to find the death penalty? Should we prove the aggravating factors? And the state has a right not to have somebody on a death penalty case if they say I can't do that, right? Yeah. But you are really depending on that juror, that they are being honest, truthful, honest and truthful, not only to the state and to the defense, but to themselves.
Absolutely.
And to the community that they come back to afterwards, that they can live with that.
Yeah.
I mean, the other part of it, quite frankly, is that they've listened to things that most people don't ever have to listen to.
And seen things, too.
And seen things that most people don't have to. And I oftentimes am so concerned for jurors that is there counseling available for them afterwards? Is there something that we can do to help? Because this is not voluntary service. I mean, you are drafted into jury duty, and you you are supposed to do this.
There's a penalty. I mean, it can be a criminal penalty if you don't.
Right.
So, yeah.
And so I think that there have been situations where the court has provided counseling services for folks. It's a weighty, heavy decision, and it's just a case like this where it goes on for so long, and the jurors stuck in there, and they did their duty, and they listened carefully, and they rendered a decision.
Well, and just like being, they also are going to ask, are you okay with doing a case like this? And as you said, and we know this from, many years and related to law enforcement and all these cases, you don't know how you're going to respond until you're in that moment. Right. I mean, you can tell yourself and believe wholeheartedly that it's going to be okay, and maybe it's going to be similar to something else you experienced. And until you're there and until you're seeing it, you simply can't know. And we heard from Abby yesterday about the emotion in the courtroom and jurors wiping tears from their eyes and during those victim impact statements. I mean, certainly, like you said, the weight is difficult to imagine.
Well, and especially quite frankly, given the age of the children in this case. I mean, murder is horrible, no matter the age and the circumstance. We just we just have a different emotional reaction when it comes to children and their vulnerability, and especially with these children and what they were going through with their mom, with just everything.
Yeah,
JJ, a special needs
JJ is
child.
a special needs child. It's just so it's a lot to have to comprehend and to move forward with.
Well, and just as the jury found, we talked about those words, heinous, depravity. But those are things
Disregard for human life.
Absolutely, and so, and even in it talks about, there have been rulings that talk about it's okay, and juries can consider the age of the victim, and I think that's absolutely something that happens, and so not surprising that they were able to find those. If we read those aggravating circumstances, and this case, right?
Right.
It's difficult to see how you wouldn't agree with the jury or wouldn't have found the exact same thing.
In the weight on that jury too, I had seen some questions and heard from some people in the community that say, well, it's one thing to find a man guilty, and it can be a difficult decision to come back with that same group of people and then have the question, should the state of Idaho take someone's life? I mean, some have, I guess, guessed if that's a more difficult decision than finding someone guilty or not guilty.
Oh, I think it absolutely is, and people can say, yeah, I think I can make that decision, but really, when you sit through and you listen to that and you listen to the testimony, and then ultimately realize that decision is your decision, and you not only have to live with it for the rest of your life, but as they hear about this case going forward, the jurors will hear about it, as the appeals go forward and all of that. It's a very weighty, big decision.
And they actually, we talked about that, I think, during the verdict. They actually took a little more time to decide this portion than they did on the verdict on those 9 charges. Just an hour or two more time, which I don't think is super surprising because of that. And I think, just like you were saying, the credibility of the prosecutor, how much credibility and how important it is to maintain that credibility and that integrity to the process. Certainly, and that can affect people's perception of how things are run. And I would imagine that jurors think about that too, that we don't want to go in there and be quick. And in fact, in the judge's instructions, right, he reminds jurors, this has to be something you decide on your own,
right,
but it can't be something you decide quickly, without thought and without discussion. And I would assume this would have been the exact same thing, right?
Oh, absolutely.
That's the expectation.
They took their time, they read the instructions, I'm sure they had a lot of conversation, and made their decision.
Again, we are standing by for the court to get back in session here on this now Saturday afternoon. You are tuned into breaking live coverage here on News Channel 7. If you are just joining us, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, an Idaho jury has decided that the death penalty is appropriate for Chad Daybell. We are expecting for a court to kind of wrap up with some final notes there and some final formalities. And at that point, we are expecting to hear from family members that are so involved in this case and that we've heard from months and really for years. At this point, though, this part of the saga is coming to an end. However, as we've touched on here, this will go on for several years. And as we talk about the impact that has on everybody involved, the prosecution, the defense, the juries, of course, the families, I guess, in your experience as a prosecutor, in terms of closure, in terms of finality, do victims and affected families really ever get that?
It's really...
I am going to cut you off. We are back on the record inside the Ada County Courthouse. I do want to hear your answer to that because I'm very curious. But let's get back inside on the record.
21-1623 State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, concluding the special sentencing hearing that's being conducted where the court intends to sentence the defendant on the counts in the amended indictment, including the insurance fraud counts. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please have the jurors brought in.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Jury's all present, accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on CR 2221-1623, continuing the special sentencing proceeding. The jury has returned its special verdict. The court would note that pursuant to Idaho Code 18-4004, which is the punishment for murder statute in Idaho, that crime in murder of the first degree can be punished by death. And under Idaho Code 192515 subsection 7A, that states that if the jury finds that a statutory aggravating circumstance exists and no mitigating circumstances exist, which would make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, the defendant will be sentenced to death by the court. The court's reviewed the findings of the jurors in the special verdict form. They've taken their time through these deliberations to return that verdict. And so the court will proceed with sentencing first on counts 1 through 6. And again, this is an unusual hearing because the sentencing hearing's already been taking place. We've heard from the victims through impact statements and arguments from counsel. That's already taken place. In addition, a pre-sentence investigation report is not to be ordered in these hearings, so the court does not reference that. The court then orders as follows, and this will be contained in the court's judgment at the conclusion of the case. As to count 1, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of Tylee Ryan, upon the jury's finding of guilty and return of the special verdict form, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 1, the defendant is sentenced to death. On count 2, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 2, sentences the defendant to death. On count 3, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 3, sentences the defendant to death. On count 4, first-degree murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 4, sentences the defendant to death. On count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury, having found beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 5, sentences the defendant to death. On count 6, the first-degree murder charge, the murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury, having found beyond a reasonable doubt and returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances when weighed against the mitigating circumstances do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count 6, sentences the defendant to death. The court's next going to take up counts 7 and 9 on the insurance fraud counts. Before I do that, from the state, are there any questions regarding the court's judgment as it relates to counts 1 through 6?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Questions from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, moving on to insurance fraud, then the court will note that I am required to go through a sentencing proceeding on this. These are separate counts that have not been determined in the special verdict form by the jurors. Some brief procedural history. Mr. Daybell was charged by amended indictment with counts 7 and 9 insurance fraud under Idaho Code 41293, which is a felony. Mr. Daybell pled not guilty to those counts on June 9th, 2021. Thereafter, this trial was held, and as part of the findings of the jury in their verdict, they did find the defendant guilty of both of those counts. The court has considered, in lieu of a pre-sentence investigation report, the information that I've heard throughout this trial. I also heard information regarding these charges in the previous trial held last year against co-defendant Lori Vallow. I've also heard information received during the special sentencing proceeding relating to those counts as well, and have considered that information in lieu of a pre-sentence investigation report. And I'll also note the defendant waived the pre-sentence investigation report and is permitted to do that, and the court can allow that under Criminal Rule 32A. At this time then, before I move forward with the sentencing on counts 7 and 9, I will inquire of the state, is the state wishing to make any sentencing recommendation as it relates to count 7 or 9?
And Your Honor, just for clarification, were the insurance frauds count 8 and 9?
As listed in the amended indictment, they are listed as count 7 and count 9.
Thank you. Co-counsel just clarified for me on that. Your Honor, the state is prepared to make a statement. First, I would indicate for the record that in relation to the sentencing hearing, the sentencing portion handled yesterday, the state did make our best attempts to reach out to all statutory victims to allow them the opportunity to be heard by the court. And those that the court heard from yesterday were the ones that had wished to make impact statements. While not directly related to the insurance fraud, I did just want to make a clear record of that. In relation to the insurance fraud charges, in light of the sentence that has been imposed by this court and by the recommendation of the jury in relation to the other charges, the state would indicate we think that the victim statements covered everything the state could say. While the insurance charges again are attenuated to it, we've lost 3 individuals that the state can do nothing to bring them back. And so the best we can do is move forward in seeking justice on their behalves. In relation to the insurance counts themselves, given the sentences, we would recommend this court impose jail time and have that, or prison time, impose a sentence and run it concurrent with the imposition of the other sentence by this court. I believe they carry up to 15 years in prison. We'd recommend they run concurrent with each other and with the imposition of death in this case. We would also recommend restitution in the amount of $130,000 to LifeMap and $300,000 to Primerica. As part of that, we would also recommend a waiver of any fines or court costs in this matter in order to allow restitution to be paid if any money is available to go towards that.
All right, thank you for the state's sentencing recommendations. Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to make sentencing recommendations as to, I'll do them collectively, counts 7 and 9, the insurance fraud counts?
No, Judge, there's nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there any objection to the requested restitution amounts of $130,000 and $300,000?
Judge, we may need to set that out at this point, but I'll let the court know if that changes.
All right, I'll permit 30 days for the scheduling of a contested hearing on restitution. If that becomes an issue, we could conduct that hearing most likely remotely on a Zoom hearing if it becomes an issue. At this time, I will ask, because I need to on these counts. Before I impose any sentence, Mr. Daybell, you do have the right of allocution, which permits you to make a statement on your own behalf in any mitigation of these offenses. Is there any statement you would like to make before I proceed with sentencing on those counts?
No.
Very well. The court then, having considered the information previously referenced, finds that pursuant to Idaho Code 41293, which under subsection 4 indicates a penalty of up to 15 years of prison. On each of those two counts, the court is going to impose a prison sentence of 15 years. So a 15-year sentence will be imposed on count 7. The court will take under advisement the issue of restitution requested by the state. The court will not impose any fines. The court also will impose a 15-year prison sentence on count 9. Also pursuant to the same statute, take under advisement the issue of restitution. The court will note in imposing these prison sentences that I have reviewed Idaho Code 192521, which requires me to go through certain criteria about the imposition of a prison sentence versus a possibility of parole or a lesser sentence. And I would note that the rationale for the prison sentences is that these are intertwined with the murder charges for which the death penalty has been imposed on those counts. And when the court looks at the sentencing factors under 1925-21, I would note in mitigation that Mr. Daybell has been incarcerated an extensively long time in local jail and has a previous law-abiding history, and I have considered that. I've also considered that he's always conducted himself respectfully, from what I've heard from all of the jailers that have ever interacted with him over the years that he's been incarcerated for these charges. However, the court finds under Idaho Code 2521 also that any lesser sentence would depreciate the seriousness of these offenses because this life insurance was obtained based on the murders of individuals and procuring life insurance payouts unlawfully. And because of that, it's the most serious offense, that circumstance that could lead to that. In addition, imprisonment will provide an appropriate punishment and deterrent for the defendant and others, and will also be a deterrent for the community as well. So the court, having then concluded with the sentencing on that, I will not order any fines because the defendant's previously been deemed indigent and has received the death penalty on these murder counts, and find it would be futile to have an order of fines in the case. So with those remarks, then the court typically would address the defendant further, but in the special sentencing proceeding, the victim impact statements and the evidence has already demonstrated on the record, I think, the seriousness of what's occurred. And I don't find any reason to further delve into the court's rationale other than what was listed in the statute. So unless there's anything further, that will conclude the sentencing, but I will address the post-conviction issues that need to be addressed at this time. Does the state have anything further then on the sentence and count 7 and count 9?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Daybell, in this case, given the sentence that was imposed in counts 1 through 6, there's a special appellate and post-conviction procedure for capital cases, and an automatic stay may be in effect. There's a statute that's Idaho Code 192719 that sets out certain deadlines. I am providing you and counsel with a courtesy copy of that statute, but I will note a few of the deadlines that are listed in there. Under subsection 1, when the punishment of death is imposed, the time for filing an appeal shall begin to run when the death warrant is filed. Number 2, the death warrant shall not be filed until 42 days after the judgment imposing the death sentence has been filed. Number 3, within 42 days of the filing of the judgment imposing the punishment of death, the defendant must file any legal or factual challenges to the sentence of conviction. There's other important and critical deadlines that are contained within that statute, and I am going to provide a copy of that to Mr. Pryor to ensure that the defense is well advised of those post-conviction rights that would apply in this special proceeding. I'll also note that there's an additional rule, Idaho criminal rule. If you'll give me a moment, I think it's 44.2. Criminal Rule 44.2, and that's the mandatory appointment of counsel for post-conviction review after imposition of the death penalty. That rule is also applicable in your case, and a copy of the rule itself is going to be provided to you in counsel to ensure that you're well aware of any post-conviction rights you may have. With that, then, the court is going to conclude the special sentencing proceeding. Is there anything further I need to take up from the state?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for your abiding by the court's courtroom conduct order. We'll be in recess.
All right. Thank you all.
For now, that will bring this portion of the Chad Daybell murder trial to a close. Again, the large, I guess, headline for you here is that an Idaho jury has decided that the death penalty is appropriate for the charges involved with murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Gene Fisher joining us now, the former Ada County prosecutor. As we were going back into the courtroom, I asked you about closure for everyone involved, the victims and the families, notably, then, of course, the jury and I guess really everybody involved. In your experience as a prosecutor, what does closure look like?
Closure has many different stages. You know, in a case like this where you have these victims, you know, who are so young, certainly, and Tammy too. I mean, closure comes in stages, of course, but it never really comes because you always have anniversaries and birthdays, and you always have mile markers that you will think about them and wonder, you know, what life would have been like. But certainly, I think, you know, people understand a sense of moving on, as we all do, in that grieving process. It's complicated because the court system doesn't stop, and these appeals will go on, and so it brings things back in a different way. But I think I think closure comes in stages, but I think it's particularly difficult when you are a survivor or, you know, a victim in these instances, because that death was not natural. It shouldn't have happened, and it's hard sometimes to get past that.
Well, and even Colby, Lori Vallow's oldest child, talking yesterday, his victim impact statement. I mean, once he lays that out and, you know, reminds folks that I am now without a mom. Yeah. His father was killed, or, you know, or died. Goodness, you know, my brother is gone, my sister is gone. Right. Of course, my mother's serving life in prison, so I'm motherless as well. And knowing that she was convicted of being a part of that, I mean,
the legacy
right.
of all is just so awful.
Yeah, very, very heavy.
Yeah.
And of course, very individualized. In fact, we have talked to jurors who were part of the Lori Vallow case who have then chosen to sit and be there in this case. So I think everybody does have to take their own path. Probably others don't want to have anything to do with this one. Sure. Or that, you know, they served their civil duty and they made those decisions. And but you've seen some people, I think, I talked to one of the jurors who said it gave him a sense of, I want to see if I see the same things in this case, because I'm looking at it differently, right?
Right.
Not as a juror, but as somebody who's just sitting and listening. Do I hear things
Right.
differently? Do I see them differently?
And I can understand it from that point of view. Mm-hmm. I'm always surprised because I think that serving on a jury is so unique for so many people. But I've always been surprised when I have picked a jury, or a juror has sat, a prospective juror said, I sat on a different case, and so then I ask them, well, tell me about that case. I'm like, you know, I don't really remember the facts, or I don't really remember what happened. It was so long ago, and I think, how could you forget? But, life does go on, and you
Right,
do,
yeah.
and you see things in a different perspective.
Yeah, and I think it's that whole idea too. If you're given instructions, and 42 instructions in this case, and so probably you also are forced to hyper-focus, and it has to get overwhelming. And he spoke to that too, saying that at some point I feel like I had what I needed,
Right.
And so at some point I had to start filtering out some of the other information. Plus, we did see some new evidence in this case, which was interesting for them to see, and I think felt good for them, again, more about like a validation or an understanding that they made the right decision.
Because this really wasn't just a rerun of the Lori Vallow trial. We saw different evidence, different perspectives. It really does, though, if you take the Vallow trial, now the kind of this phase of the Daybell situation, it gives you this real sphere of comprehension of what happened there. Again, as Andrea touched on, we may never know exactly what happened there unless somebody were to speak up, or if Lori or Chad were to, for some reason, speak about it. But it's a terrible situation that we've watched, and a terrible situation doesn't even come close to describing this. One of my thoughts is that as a prosecutor, working with this family for an extended amount of time, what type of relationship do you think a family involved in this would have with the prosecution? I would imagine it would be difficult for a prosecutor to walk away and say, okay, I guess I'll never speak to that family again.
Yeah, and I think it is hard, and I think that there are certainly cases where prosecutors have maintained relationships with families, through the course of time, because of course this case is not over, and so they will stay in touch with them and keep them informed on what's going on. But it's also difficult because, prosecutors have another case to move on to. And this isn't the only one that's on their docket, and they've got another one and another one and another one after that. And time just tends to, kind of make some of that newness and that bond fade a bit, which is good for everybody. If you had to live with the weight of everybody that you were working with, it would just, you'd just be overwhelming. And so I think it's good for everybody that they will start to step away, and I think that bond will be there, but it's healthy for everybody to be able to get back to their lives.
Certainly, no doubt. In the moment it matters. It matters more than anything else.
Of course it does.
And then the next moment, what you're doing right then is going to matter more than anything else.
Right, absolutely.
Those bonds.
And the relationship that they had and that they formed, and it will always be immensely important to these victims, as they know that they were treated with utmost respect and dignity, and to the best that the prosecutors could have possibly provided under what was under their control.
Right. Yeah. We so appreciate your insight today. We thank you for sharing that. I know you spent many years behind that prosecution's table, right? The state's in that same courthouse here in Ada County. Reminding folks too, now the Chad Daybell sentence, having that sentence completed today by Judge Boyce, we won't see another hearing until we get into that appeals process and things like that. But for the most part, in terms of public watching and those of us who've been watching it, from the beginning, this one is over. Lori, however, is still facing more criminal charges. And so when we say there's finality, I'm reminded that those victims' families,
Still have.
JJ and Tylee specifically, and Charles Vallow's family, those are the charges in his death, right, that she still is up against in Arizona.
Yeah, and something that, of course, we will continue to follow here on News Channel 7. In terms of programming notes for you, we are standing by for Abby Davis to come outside of the Ada County Courthouse to give us some insight. We are also expecting to hear from likely the family members impacted by this. We're also told there's a chance that the prosecution may have a statement to make as well. So we will stick with you here on News Channel 7 as we continue to follow that. Obviously, it's not your case, you're not a part of it, but as a prosecutor, how would you even prepare to walk down the steps and kind of sum this up and give a reaction? I would imagine that's very difficult.
Well, I think it could be more difficult. Quite frankly, it's much easier for me to talk here because I'm not part of that case. It's not my case. The prosecutors still have an ethical obligation about what they can and cannot say, as far as to the press, to the media. And so really I expect it not to be perfunctory, but I mean, they will certainly thank the jury. They will express, their relief that it's over, maybe talk about, the journey that's ahead. But they really aren't going to be able to get into what they really might want to say,
Yeah.
because they can't.
They're professionals.
They're professionals,
Yeah.
and there's rules of ethics that guide that.
And Abby Davis is live right now outside of the Ada County Courthouse. Let's get right to her. Abby, I know you're just getting set up right now, but now that I guess this part of the saga is over, what was the reactions inside of the trial, inside of the courtroom?
Not much as that sentencing portion wrapped up. People really weren't reacting at all. The big question of the day was whether or not Chad would get death. As I was heading outside, I did see all of the family as well as several members of law enforcement head into a room. So hopefully some of them will come down and talk. We are expecting, like Joe said, the prosecutors to come out and make a statement, as well as possibly somebody from Tammy's family. I talked with Tammy's sister and her brother-in-law yesterday, and they said that they might be open to that, just depending on what happens today. Maybe law enforcement again, as well as Larry Woodcock. We know that he will probably talk to us as well. So standing by for that. People are starting to head out of the courtroom, or the courthouse rather, but really just members of the media, all of the other community members who have been watching this trial diligently and following it. So we'll see when people head down again. I saw all of them in a room. I'm not quite sure what's going on behind closed doors, so we'll see. There was a lot of nervous energy this morning. People, kind of on pins and needles, a lot of anticipation waiting for the jury's decision. That was not the case just a couple of minutes ago. It was much more calm. People weren't crying. The emotions were pretty regulated now that the big question has been answered. Back to you guys.
Okay, Abby, we will get back to you coming up in a few minutes, and we'll keep our eye on our camera positions out there for any members of the family or anyone that has statements to make to the media. So, Abby, stand by. At the same time, though, if you're just joining us, again, the big news of the day. Chad Daybell, a jury in his trial, has decided that after the guilty verdict earlier this week, this morning, they came to a conclusion that he does deserve the death penalty. That is something that'll play out likely over the next several decades. We do have the moment on tape where the judge basically explained the extended special, really the special verdict sheet that gets put into this. You can understand that during a death penalty trial, there's very specific legalese and very specific processes to go through. We stream that for you live, but let's get to the point here where Judge Stephen Boyce explained really what the ultimate decision is in this case.
The court then orders as follows, and this will be contained in the court's judgment. At the conclusion of the case, as to count one, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of Tylee Ryan, upon the jury's finding of guilty and the return of the special verdict form, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances, when weighed against the mitigating circumstances, do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count one, the defendant is sentenced to death. On count two, the first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances, when weighed against the mitigating circumstances, do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count two, sentences the defendant to death. On count three, the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception for the murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances, when weighed against the mitigating circumstances, do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count three, sentences the defendant to death. On count four, first-degree murder of J.J. Vallow, the jury finding beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances, when weighed against the mitigating circumstances, do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count four, sentences the defendant to death. On count five, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell, the jury, having found beyond a reasonable doubt and having returned the special verdict that the aggravating circumstances, when weighed against the mitigating circumstances, do not make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. The court, therefore, on count five, sentences the defendant to death. On
Again, if
count
you're joining
six-
us for live breaking news coverage here on News Channel 7, we're standing by to probably have a quote-unquote press conference, if you will, from members of the family that are involved here in the situation, members of the prosecution. I know Abby Davis is also trying to get some sound and some insight from people that have followed this for, I guess, years. Yeah. It's interesting to think back on to how this first came into the news sphere. I remember in 2019, a press release came out of Rexburg, Idaho that said, "Have you seen these kids?" And I think the holiday season really in 2019 about that time, at that point, I don't think any of us could ever have imagined where it got to at this point. Of course, Chad and Lori, they went off to Hawaii, and we saw some great coverage from different outlets, including our own Shira Matsuzawa at the time, who was in Hawaii, following everything that happened there. An unbelievable saga that will take years to unpack, but we are standing by to get out to our Abby Davis. I understand that she is outside the Ada County Courthouse right now preparing some more insight. Just as a little bit of a backstory, oh, you know what? Abby is ready. We'll get right back to Abby right now. Abby, what's going on? Who are you with?
Yeah, I'm here with Carissa. Carissa, you've been following this since the beginning. Tell us a little bit about why you got interested in this case.
It intrigues me how someone who seems so normal, Chad and Lori, to be able to do this. And JJ captured my heart. I work with students on the autism spectrum. And when this case came out, every video that I saw of JJ reminded me of one of my students I had that year. There's so many of the similar mannerisms. And so every time I saw a video or picture of JJ, I thought of my student and same age. And so that's what got me into it. And then just, I don't know, you just get obsessed with it.
Yeah, they were so young. JJ, just 7 when he was murdered. He would have been 12. Tylee, 16. Really just devastating. Of course, Tammy as well. You are from Utah. So have you been here for most of the case? Have you just driven up for some of the days?
So last year for Lori's trial, I came up. I was here for 4 of the days. And then I went to her sentencing. I camped out up in Rexburg. And then this year I was out PTO days from teaching. So today is my first day up here. I've been watching the live stream and stuff each night.
So you watched Lori's, you watched Chad's. What are some things that stuck out to you during Chad's trial? Obviously the jurors, there were very similar evidence, oftentimes very, very graphic. Any big takeaways from the 8-week trial?
From which trial?
From Chad's trial.
I think some of the big moments was him searching how to clear his location history, because I was really hoping to find out where was Chad during all these moments, and then learn that in August he deleted all of his history and cleared that. And then also when he's in the police car right after they find the kids, and him and Emma are talking, where Chad's in the police car and Emma is outside, and Chad's like, "I'm not getting out anytime soon. Go do this, take care of this bill." Just all logistics and not, "Dad, why are there kids in our backyard? Why are there bones? Why are there humans there? There shouldn't be."
Reaction to the sentence the jury decided on. Did you have an opinion going into it?
Not for today. I want guilty, obviously, because there's so much evidence. Whether it's death or life, I keep going back and forth, knowing that in Idaho, from what I've heard, there's not, it's basically a life sentence either way. By the time they actually do get around to putting him to death, he'll probably be dead anyways because of age. But yeah, I go back and forth. I just want him to suffer. I almost don't like the death because now he's like, oh, he gets to be by himself and be in a little, someone else was saying today that it's like a double jail cell unit that he gets, and where I'm like, instead of being around with other prisoners and let them have fun.
You certainly aren't alone in that. I've talked with several people, and they, almost would have preferred life in sentence for just some of those reasons that you mentioned. So thank you so much.
I would say that if we could figure out what happened to Tylee, if we could have him die the same way, that would be justice. But we'll never know.
Well, just obviously horrendous. There really aren't any words. So thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We really appreciate it. So Carissa from Utah. I've also met people from Arizona. There was a couple from Canada as well. So people really traveling from all over. to come to the Ada County Courthouse to watch court proceedings. Again, still standing by, waiting for family to come out. I did want to touch on, I didn't see any members of Chad's family here today. They could be here. I just didn't see them. The courtroom was fairly packed. Earlier this week, I did see Chad's brother.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the doors there at the Ada County Courthouse. It is unique in the sense today, Abby, that for several weeks and really months, the Ada County Courthouse was doing all kinds of different things. Of course, here on a Saturday morning, a lot slower there.
Right. In fact, I got a message from someone saying, why are there so many people at the courthouse? You know, folks who haven't been covering this trial have no idea what's going on. Of course, there are people very, very connected to it, and then others who are very surprised about the gathering outside the courthouse, because it's usually very quiet and empty on a weekend. You know, this will be the first time we've heard from the family members. Yesterday, we thought we might hear from them, or Thursday rather, after the verdict, but it was only an hour recess between the verdict and when they went into this sentencing phase, of course, being very mindful of the jurors' time, knowing that they were going to be sequestered for that and really wanting to get right into it. And so this will be the first time we've heard from, I think we expect to hear something from the prosecutors in this case, certainly family members that were affected. And then I will be interested to see if any of the law enforcement officers who have been a part of this also, you know, for all those years. But interestingly, especially from them because of the closing statements made by John Pryor, the defense attorney in this case, about how law enforcement got it wrong, that they had, you know, handled evidence improperly. I think he called them an absolute failure on their part that caused this for his client to be falsely accused. I don't believe that holds any weight, but for them. But I wonder how it feels, though, to have them egregiously, labeled as failures by the defense attorney. Maybe that doesn't matter to them at all, but it would be interesting to see. This is their opportunity, essentially, to respond.
Those are serious implications. And, you know, just kind of going back to the interview that Abby did, I've seen questions, and there's really not a great answer as to why this captured the attention of the nation. And this was a story that, you know, again, we started to follow in 2019 as a report of missing children through the pandemic, through, I guess, several years, 4+ years. People around the world, as many of you are watching on ktvb.com or on the KTVB YouTube channel, we see your comments. You have followed this, and we've seen messages of support from complete strangers. And I've seen the question, I've asked it myself, you know, what was it about this situation that captured so many's attention? And it could be the very, I guess, untraditional nature of how everything unfolded, where you had Chad and Lori, you know, flee to Hawaii. They were taken into custody. Then you had the situation where Lori had her separate trial with Chad. You know, there was a point in this where people were wondering, would they be tried together? And that would have been a whole different situation to consider.
And certainly, I think that was a strategy for sure. I mean, there are a lot of people who would argue that that the success of the Lori Vallow defense team was that they were able to get the court to take the death penalty off the table as an option. And so I think that's also wouldn't have been surprising for anybody if that's kind of the approach that John Pryor had taken, is that, you know, we know we're going to get through this trial, but if I can get enough mitigating factors in there, I can get the jury to determine that the death penalty isn't just. I think that's why we expected to see more of that, as Gene Fisher, who was just here with us, talked about. So I think also in addition to just the odd way that we learned about it, I think that every turn in this case got a little more bizarre. There was we have 3 victims, and on both sides of this equation, and then you start looking at the Charles Vallow, and each time you uncover or you turn a page, there's something new, and it becomes more bizarre. And the Brandon Boudreaux, and we have multiple people involved. It felt like if you were in this inner circle, there was tragedy all around. And I think that just, those are the made-for-TV movies, and this played out in real life.
And we've seen some just tremendous investigative work, investigative journalism, and investigation, I should say, by the police as well. But as we learned more and more about this entire saga, you realize just how far-reaching it was. I think when children go missing, you would never think that this had to do with any fundamentalist ideas that we have heard from the LDS community here in our area, that some of the fundamentalist ideas, I don't want to say fundamentalist idea, but I would say extremist views possibly, that the Daybell circle was involved in. There had been podcasts and writings that had been published, and it's just a very interesting situation and such an interesting intersection between Idaho and Utah and Arizona. Let's get back out to the Ada County Courthouse where Abby Davis is standing by again. Abby.
Yeah, I'm here with Dawson. Dawson, your brother married into the Daybell family, a little bit complicated. Reaction from what happened today?
Very relieved, very relieved. I mean, it's the same as before with the when the verdict came for the guilty. It's just, I'm glad he was in there regardless, but it's good to have confirmation from the jury that they truly do believe in the verdict that they've given, and just kind of nails home.
We've heard from a lot of people that they didn't really care, they weren't too opinionated on whether Chad got life or whether he got death. Is that also what you feel, or is that also what people close to you feel?
Yeah, that's basically it. Like I said, the biggest thing as far as this goes is it just kind of, it really truly confirms that like I said, that the jury feels confident that they, on their guilty verdict, and that he is truly guilty of the crimes that he's committed with the evidence that was presented by the state.
You've been here almost every day for the entire 8 weeks. What is that like? What has that been like for you?
A lot of emotional times. I mean, just, you know, you hear these statements from those that's been impacted. Like yesterday particularly was really hard. Hearing particularly Kobe's statement, and just hearing that he's lost all of his family, his siblings, his mom, and just feeling that pain that, you know, as you see him go through those emotions on the stand, it was very hard.
I'm glad you brought that up because, yes, yesterday was really, really tough. Almost everybody in the gallery was crying. I saw some of the jurors wipe tears from their eyes. Can you talk a little bit more? Some of the people who talked said that these murders destroyed their family. Can you talk a little bit more about just the direct impact on your loved ones?
Yeah, I mean, my family particularly, it's caused, I mean, in the beginning there was so much division between siblings and even my brother Joe. Not having that connection, I mean, I grew up with him and having that relationship with him, and then going from having that and to no communication for 4 years is just, it was hard not being able to see, I mean, even his children, like, when his second child was born, I didn't even know his second child until recently, and so I'm missing a lot of that time watching his kids grow up. It's been hard, and I'm not even knowing their uncles or aunts. It's devastating.
Is that just because the case has really divided the family?
Yeah. I you know, Joe's standing behind his Emma, which is totally understandable. It's his wife, and I wouldn't expect any less, but it's causing that division, and I hope that now that we got these results, hopefully those, you know, Chad's kids can heal from it, and they can eventually see the truth with the evidence that's been presented, and as hard as it is going to be on them, and I know that's going to be really tough to see and swallow that evidence, but it's something that is going to be, that, you know, I hope that they can eventually do.
Guilty verdict earlier this week, sentenced to death today. What's next? What happens going forward? Or actually, Dawson, thank you for your time.
Yes,
let's step this way. Looks like the prosecution is heading out of the doors, walking to the mic right now. We expect them to make some remarks with family members walking out as well.
Almost 5 years ago, the communities of Fremont and Madison County lost 3 wonderful human beings, Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. As a Fremont prosecutor on this case, this has been a hard-fought battle for both the prosecution team and for the law enforcement agencies that worked tirelessly on this case and never gave up hope. This has been a tough case because of its complexity, both in telling the story of an investigation that spanned years and trying to figure out the best way to present it in a way that would make sense to others. As a prosecutor, I try a lot of criminal cases, but for me, as a new mom, the details of this one just hit differently. and I can't imagine the family's pain. I cannot express enough both my and Fremont County's deep appreciation, gratitude, and admiration for all those who have played a role in seeking and ultimately obtaining justice for the victims in this case. This case has been about speaking for and seeking justice for the lives of 3 wonderful humans whose lives were cut way too short by the selfish desires of the defendant and his co-defendant, Lori Vallow. We are pleased with the outcome that justice has been served for the victims in this case. This has been a collective effort between multiple agencies working in collaboration to see this case through for the victims and their families. There are so many people who have been involved and helped behind the scenes, and every last one of them has been instrumental in obtaining justice. When I came into office in 2021, after discussing the case with others in Fremont County and collaborating with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, a decision was made to bring the case back to Fremont County because we felt strongly the case of J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell should be combined and tried together. You heard from some of the victims' families how these 3 have been intertwined forever. The Fremont County Sheriff's Office was instrumental in the decision and support of the prosecutor's office in making that difficult decision. I cannot express enough Fremont County's gratitude to Rob Wood and the Madison County Prosecutor's Office. They started this case looking into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee. Then when the children's remains were discovered, Rob Wood stepped in without hesitation when my predecessor requested he take the case as a special prosecutor, and then ultimately agreed to combine resources to pursue justice for the victims in this case. A special thanks to Fremont County Deputy Prosecutors Rocky Wixom and Tanya Rawlings for their dedication and efforts in both this case and the case against Lori Vallow. The Attorney General's office in first taking on the prosecution of the murder of Tammy, and then by their agreement to allow us to have Deputy Attorney General Ingrid Beatty join the prosecution team. The FBI for stepping in without hesitation when the children were missing, with their extensive experience and their resources, and continuing to see this case through to the end. The Rexburg Police Department for starting the investigation into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee, and then never giving up the search. The Fremont County Sheriff's Office for their tenaciousness in pursuing the investigation into the death of Tammy Daybell. Arizona law enforcement for sharing everything they had uncovered and their willingness to come to testify in the cases here in Idaho. This became a joint investigation, a joint effort to find the children, and then ultimately to seek justice on their behalf. I've been absolutely amazed and astounded at the level of investigation, professionalism of the officers involved, and the camaraderie that has been formed. I tell them all the time, they make my job a lot easier. We extend our support to Arizona in their continued pursuit of justice for the additional victims, Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreau. We also extend our immense gratitude to the jurors in this case who didn't sign up for this difficult process but agreed to perform their civic duty. And in rendering this verdict, we hope the victims and survivors of Chad Daybell know that the community as a whole does not tolerate the loss of 3 precious and irreplaceable human beings. We are hopeful that those who have been involved and affected by this case and the actions of the defendant and his co-conspirators can now begin to heal.
Four and a half years ago, Detective Ray Hermosillo walked into our office needing a warrant for what started as a simple search for a Jeep to help an investigation in Chandler, Arizona. This soon turned into a search for 2 young children, Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. That investigation merged with the death of Tammy Daybell. Very quickly, multiple law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices began working together diligently to find those missing children and determine what happened. Realizing the children's last residence was in Madison County, we began a child protection action to bring the children to safety. When it was clear that Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell had no interest in helping us locate Tylee and JJ, we took further action in filing charges against Lori and extradited her from Hawaii. The search for Tylee and JJ was nonstop. Every stone was unturned through the diligent team efforts of the Rexburg Police Department, Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho Attorney General investigators, the FBI, Chandler and Gilbert Police Departments. The willingness of so many different law enforcement agencies to work together and pool resources to obtain justice for these victims is unprecedented. All of these agencies work together with the single goal of justice in mind, and we cannot thank them enough. From the Madison County Prosecutor's Office, we are so grateful for the working relationship and partnership we've had with Lindsay Blake and everyone at the Fremont County Prosecutor's Office in obtaining justice, both in this trial and the trial against Lori Vallow. That includes not only Lindsay, her deputies Tanya Rawling, Rocky Wixom, and all their help staff. I'd also like to thank Ingrid Beatty for being here with us, and the Attorney General for allowing her to work with us. And I want to say that Lindsay Blake's dedication to each of the victims in this case has been unwavering. Her willingness to take on this case when she took office, when she didn't have to, was absolutely courageous. It has been an honor to work with her. And I'd also like to thank members of the Madison County Prosecutor's Office who've helped on this case, prosecutors Spencer Rammel, Mackenzie Cole, and Rachel Smith, who've helped on this case. Today, justice was served for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. 3 innocent victims whose lives were tragically cut short by the selfish and cruel actions of Chad and Lori Daybell, who embarked on a path of destruction that irrevocably altered the lives of countless families and countless individuals. While nothing can undo the immense harm caused, we have worked tirelessly to secure a measure of justice for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. This week, a diligent and attentive Ada County jury carefully considered the evidence and presented and returned a verdict of guilty on all counts. Last year, an Ada County jury did that for Lori Vallow Daybell as well. Pursuing justice in this case required the unwavering dedication of a large team of public servants who have devoted the last 4.5 years to ensuring we had the evidence to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, we extend our deepest gratitude to all the committed law enforcement professionals from these agencies who have made tremendous personal sacrifices in the face of an emotionally and physically challenging case. We are indebted to them for their service. We also want to applaud the incredible strength and resilience of the victims and family members who, despite unimaginable grief, have stood with us these past 4.5 years in our pursuit of the truth. Their support has been invaluable. To all those who held Tylee, JJ, and Tammy in their hearts, we hope these verdicts bring a measure of healing and closure, and may the memory of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy continue to be a blessing to all who knew and loved them. Thank you.
Take a few questions. If anybody has some questions, you can ask some questions if you want.
Do you want me to take, or you want to? You want me to?
Go ahead.
I think every attorney handles it a little bit different, and probably every investigator. I think a lot of times there's things that go on behind the scenes that nobody ever gets to see. Everyone compartmentalizes it different or comes up with some form of therapy or stress relief to deal with it. But I think I can speak for everyone that obviously there is an impact. You get to know the victims. You learn so much about their history and their lives that it's like you knew them in life sometimes. And when you hear their families and friends talk about them and they really bring them to life for you, absolutely there's an impact. But I also think that impact then just spurs you on to fight even harder to make sure that we secure justice.
Another question?
I believe the fact that those jurors unanimously found every aggravating factor speaks for itself in terms of its appropriateness, and I'll leave that at that.
Anything else? Question? Where's Chad's over here?
I don't think we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
We're not going to talk about that today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
What has it been like working with the victims' families and knowing that that's the conclusion today, and that I've noticed a lot of them hugging members, of this entire team?
Both say
go on this
something.
one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you say something else.
So I think Rob and I will both answer this one. Working with the victims' families, it can always be a bit of a challenge because you want to ensure that you're getting them information that they're entitled to and that you're taking into account their concerns, what they want to see happen with the case, and that their rights as victims are being upheld. In this particular case, I think the victims' families have been fantastic to work with. We've tried to make ourselves available, meet with them whenever they have questions, and keep them as informed as possible. I think you heard at times, sometimes unfortunately, they learned of things before we were able to reach out to them, and that can always be a challenge as well. But working with them, getting to know them, hearing the stories about their loved ones, hearing the good memories, hearing them bring the victim to life has been an incredible experience. I think we've enjoyed a good working relationship with all the victims in this case.
I second everything Lindsay just said, and I would also just say that these cases are hard. They're really hard to do, and the victims are just such a motivating factor, I think, for everybody involved, for law enforcement, for the prosecution office. Their dedication to their loved ones is so important, and we just really appreciate their patience with us, their willingness to work with us. They have been truly, to me, I think to Lindsay, to everybody, very inspirational. Ask that in a couple of years and we'll see.
I mean, it feels great. We worked as a team tirelessly for 4 years. Not just myself, it was a collaborative effort. I have a great team. We worked with several different agencies. So it's a team effort, but I think we're all feeling the exact same thing, which is just relief. We're glad it's done. We got justice for JJ, Tammy, and Tylee, so that's what counts. I would say hundreds. Yeah, hundreds of people, hundreds of hours. So it's a relief. Thank you.
We technically had 7 law enforcement agencies, not including the prosecutors, over 3 different states and maybe even more, but 7 law enforcement agencies. All right, anybody else? All right, thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you all for everything.
We are standing by to see if Larry Woodcock is going to come address the crowd. I saw him sitting just off camera. I know that the Woodcock family, of course, Larry and his wife Kay, they've been very vocal and very thankful for the support from the community and really people from around the country. Just as a programming note for you, we are going to get you out to the U.S. Women's Open coverage here on NBC in just in a few minutes. We will stick with this story, of course, into the evening and to our later newscast. If we don't hear from the family members right now, I know our Abby Davis will get a moment with them to sit down and speak about everything. You did just see the camera pass by Larry there, but Andrea, as we start to wind this coverage down, anything stick out to you?
I think, certainly just we talked about the weight, the magnitude of this decision. People have been waiting for this for years, quite literally. And so I think that, as you said, that collective sigh of relief that we talked about or heard about in the courtroom, both after the verdict and after the sentencing, I think, as the prosecutors just said, they are incredibly pleased, huge relief, so much time, so much work went into this. And what never goes away is the impact of these crimes, 3 deaths, and impact beyond measure. So that's what we'll continue to linger on.
And I think a very important thing for us to mention today is that the most important people we should be thinking about are the people that were impacted most by this. Tammy, JJ, and Tylee. They lost their lives in this whole saga. And as we've heard from people involved, and especially from Larry Woodcock, for what was the question? We may never know. But we do understand now that there are some folks that are at the podium. Andrea, I can't tell who this is exactly.
This looks to be family members.
Okay, so here's Larry.
There's Larry.
Let's actually get right back out there. I see that Larry is live streaming from his iPad there. We'll listen in just for a few more minutes here for you.
It's a weird feeling. You never wish harm on anybody, regardless of what they've done to you. But at the end of the day, it's good that he can't hurt anybody else, and that's what matters. So that's really my feelings on that. I can't say I was surprised. It felt like something that made sense, but I can't say that I feel good about it. But it does feel good to know that it feels like things are concluded, if that makes sense. It was hard. I didn't expect to have the reaction I did. I tried to just read through it. But when you're there and you're sitting there and he's right there, it just brought everything out that I've been feeling. It was really hard to say what I needed to, but a part of me feels a lot more healed, and spending time with everybody here, it feels like a healing I couldn't have imagined, if that makes any sense, but yeah.
Now that all of this is finished, how do you go on? What's next for you?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the number one thing is focus on healing. I think this concludes this chapter of this part. We have to live with the fact that we're not going to have the people we love in our lives anymore. But I want to honor them by how I live, and at some point I want to tell their stories and tell you guys who my family was, and honor them the best that I possibly can.
As you've been going through this, you felt your spirits boosted.
I feel like through this whole process, it's hard because you're so up and down emotionally. I feel like I wanted to make them proud, and I feel like that I made them smile a couple times. I would hope. So, thank you.
Colby, your shirt says good news. Is it good news today?
It is good news. This is the best justice we can possibly get, and again, it doesn't change the outcome, but it is good news, and it brings closure for everybody that's been hurt. So that's the good news. Yeah, thank you guys.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, it's me, Aunt Vicki. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful coverage. My fear in all of this, to begin with, was that Tammy would be a little bit forgotten because, as we all know, finding 2 children brutally murdered in somebody's yard that you know and love is devastating. But finding out that Tammy was a victim as well. And I just, with all due respect to the kids, I couldn't imagine her being a little bit lost in the mix. So it was important for me as her aunt to be here. Her mom passed last year, and those were the last years of her life, knowing that her daughter had been murdered. So today is a sweet justice for us, for myself and my immediate family. There's just, it's hard to express. I was just talking to Larry, and we were talking about there's a little bit of sadness in us now because we've built a family together here, supporting our families. We love each other like family. Our relationship will never end. But we got justice for our loved ones, and that was always what this was about, getting justice for them. This wasn't about us. It wasn't about anything other than getting justice for those that we love. And the prosecution, the detectives, I can't say enough about them. I feel like they got a gift from those detectives. They worked so hard. They didn't count their hours. They were incredibly important to the effort that went on here. And I think that they gave it up to capable hands who were able at the end to present it to the people of the jury and have it all make sense, because it was a crazy, convoluted case. And with a lot of just crazy religious creations and different things. But we're going to be forever grateful to these people. They're amazing. Even the people that came out to court every day and would stand at 6 o'clock in the morning to try and get in and support our families and just be here. We're thankful to them. We felt their prayers. All of you who have been here from the beginning and just praying for our families, we feel that. So thank you to everybody. Thank you for Judge Boyce. That guy is amazing. We need people like him on the Supreme Court. He is the most fair, judicious person I've ever seen in my life. And I actually like to watch court on TV, so there you go. But yeah, we just send our love. We're appreciative as a family. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jason Gwilliam. I am Tammy Daybell's brother-in-law. Samantha is my wife. Samantha is Tammy's sister. And we just wanted to thank everybody that was involved in this. We want to thank the law enforcement that did an absolute phenomenal job with what they did. Want to thank the special prosecution teams, the people that we have met. The hardest part, I think, about all of this is our family has lost a brother. But in the process of it, we've almost gained an entire family, and that can't be replaced. We've gained Tylee and JJ's family. We've just met a lot of wonderful people through this entire process. It's been a difficult one, but we appreciate your respect. We appreciate your help in getting this covered and getting this out there to the world. It's been a challenging trial, and there's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears put into this, and we really appreciate everybody's help. We do have a prepared statement that I want to go ahead and read at this time. This comes from the family. Go ahead and get to this. It just says that we want to thank everyone who put in the countless hours of work to get where we are today, the law enforcement, prosecution, the media, and all of you who've watched, listened to the trial, and prayed for us. We are grateful for the relationships we have created through this horrible time, the support and love that we're able to give each other. And we also want to thank Aunt Vicki, who was here sitting in court almost every day when those of us weren't able to get here. That took a lot of strength from her to do that. We can all start to heal from this terrible loss we've suffered. We'll miss Tammy every single day of our lives, though we do have some comfort knowing that we will see her again someday. If you've been touched at all by Tammy and would like to support the foundation, we do have a foundation for her. It's the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation. It's been designed to put books in the hands of children and to increase literacy. So please consider donating to the Tammy Douglas Daybell Foundation. And we thank you guys for everything that you have done and all the support that you have given us as we try to pick up the pieces and move forward. So thank you very much.
I did want to personally just take a moment and thank everybody that was involved. First off, the prosecution team, who from the very beginning has just been incredible to work with in supporting our family. I also wanted to take time to say thank you to Judge Boyce for not just this trial, but for both trials, for everything that he did in his service. As a victim, we were given a chance to write our statements, and as we did so, we were limited by specific statutes, understandably so. But it makes it very difficult as a victim sometimes then for us to actually say the things that we wanted to say. I wanted to take a moment. There was some things that, as I was going back and forth with a part of our team, our wonderful victim impact coordinator, Paula, she helped me refine the statement, but ultimately I had to take this out because of, obviously, like I was saying, the statutes, but I wanted to take a moment and read this. It was a statement that was directed directly to the jury itself. To you, the jury, I wish I could easily say that everything I think or desire to say about Chad, or specifically the impact of his actions and to us impacted in the aftermath, was easy and clean. It's not. I'm not here to pontificate on who he was or may not be. I certainly have those opinions, and I'm entitled to them, but they have no bearing here in this setting with a decision that lays here before you. If I was still the man of God that I was even a few years ago, I'd easily know the words to offer you all in making what you feel is the appropriate decision. Instead, standing here, I'd say to all of you, may you find it in the universe, the earth, or whichever gods or goddesses you may offer prayers, meditations, or if you're agnostic or atheist, you find it in yourselves. To be true to yourselves and do what is right or just. I offer my sincere gratitude to you as a family member of a victim. Thank you for your time and your selfless sacrifice. I hope you all know how much it means to someone in our position. I always thought I understood and appreciated our legal system and the specific role the jury of our peers played until being put into this unique position. Truly, thank you. I hope that you all are able to get the necessary support and therapy that you may need. to process what you've seen or heard. Living it for myself and for all of us who are victims. It has been burden enough. Please do not carry that burden for us on your heart. Thank you.
He's talking.
Okay, can everybody hear me? We got terrible noise behind us. I wish they'd have turned the fountain off. Everybody has spoken so eloquently.
Can y'all hear him?
As we were leaving the courthouse, the courtroom, Kay asked me, she said, "It's over." And I got sad. Justice has been carried out for everybody involved in this. What made me sad are all of y'all. You're our family. We have gone through a tragedy, from the judge who's had to endure this every day, to our friends in law enforcement. We're now brothers. I have so much respect for y'all. For this courthouse, we saw justice, equal, honest, and righteous. I look at the faces, and I'm going to tell y'all, I'm going to miss you. Not because I want to be in front of this camera. I did not choose this. It chose us. I'm going to miss y'all. There's a few people. Lauren, Dr. John, how would we have made it without you? Janine, Clint, how they have carried us through this. They have been our eyes, our ears, and our hearts here. Rexburg is a beautiful town. Boise is a beautiful town. Idaho is a magnificent state. They don't deserve this blemish. Kay and I have often spoke. How would it have been different if we were in New York, if we were in California? How would it have been different? Every day, I want to get up. I want to be here for justice, but for y'all. Y'all have all given a lot. The media has been amazing, and I want to personally thank you. My wife, my beautiful wife, my rock, we thank you. I hate to say goodbye. I truly mean that. It's not goodbye. It's until we meet again. So, as I said a long time ago, turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. let's just call it a night. Thank y'all.
I'm going to say a few things.
Go ahead. Now y'all get a real speech. I didn't.
No, just this will be short and sweet, I promise. I want to thank everyone here, everybody that's watching, all the support, the emails, the texts, the messages, all these things we get, social media. Everybody's support is how we have gotten through this. And, you know, we're not through yet. So we're very grateful for all of you. And we really wouldn't have made it through this without y'all. And I want to thank y'all. And there was I know what? I'll see y'all in Arizona. That's where we'll be next. Y'all have a good day.
Faces, Larry and Kay Woodcock certainly have been at the forefront of this case.
Yeah,
even
since the very beginning.
Exactly, from the very beginning, even before those two children, JJ, their grandson, was found, and then, of course, have now connected to that entire case. Very, very supportive of Tylee, and you heard them talk about. They've become a family. These victims' families have joined together as one family and will continue to be that way throughout this time. And she's talking about Arizona, which is the next trial, the next hearing that Lori Vallow will be a part of. And of course, that's in relation to Charles Vallow, her brother. So.
And we will continue to follow all of that as well. We are going to sign off from now. I will say that we will have way more coming up on our afternoon and evening newscasts. Again, though, the bottom line from here today, an Idaho jury has found Chad Daybell eligible and ruled to have the death penalty. We will follow that likely for years and years to come. But for now, we will send you back to the U.S. Women's Golf Open at Lancaster in Pennsylvania.